We are recording, and let's get some tunes going. Yeah, why not? Some Family Jewels. Featuring Joe Zija. Undermiss from Dragon Lover saying since Legend ZA was announced, thoughts on what Mega Quagsire would look like. Also, Legend ZA could be just after the war Callus blatantly said happened. I mean, like, there's that as well. You got, like... It's hard to tell from just a teaser. Didn't Megastones come from Deoxys? They've established that every, They've established that every Pokemon game is essentially its own universe. So in this game, Megastones could come from Deoxys. They might pull from that. They might pull from something else to give it relevance. If they, yeah, what if they just turn Battle Bond Greninja into a Mega? How's the hunt, Tom? Just started. Alright. Anything?
Nope.
Thanks, Dell. Bingo! NJ Ski, thank you for the 6-7 months of Tier 1. Nope.avi. Bingo! Jenny Nerd, thank you for the 33 months of Tier 1, as well as Dormant Heart with the 35 months of Prime. Dragon Lover with the 47 months of Dormant Heart saying, happy Pokemon Day, dude. Now get that shiny Quag. Dragon Lover with the 47 months of Tier 1. JMKVO with the 37 months of Tier 1 saying Pokemon is another year older, which means so am I. Hope you have good luck in getting that Quag. Is it your birthday? Today's your birthday? You should have told me. Got everything up until that point. Valence Butterfly with the 41 months of Tier 1. Mahalo Mew with the 37 months of Tier 1. And we got a Hype Train! Oh, you know what that means. You all know what that means. Why isn't it coming through? Where is it? Why is it up there? Why is it so small? What happened to Chain Attack? What happened?
Bingo!
There it is! DH Dante, thank you for the 34 months of Tier 1! I need to check to see what my food is getting here. We didn't get on this land. For some reason, like, it didn't play when I activated it. We're 90% through, the first, phase. Yada. Double spinning edge, double spinning edge, double spinning, double spinning, double spinning edge, spinning edge, double spinning edge.
Bingo!
Craig X giving the community a sub, putting us at level 2. 100 bits from Incarnato saying, good luck, bits for Pokemon Day. Let's get that shiny Quag. Let's hoping.
Nope.
Not this time. Planning on hitting another 100 today.
Bingo!
100 bits from Lindsay saying Quag, and gold member PB with the 13 months of tier 1 saying a resub for a bit of luck on Pokemon Day. Someone saying that like Zygarde was sort of like the aspect of order between destruction and creation. What if the A in ZA stands for anarchy, and we add a quad to the trio? We have got creation and destruction on either side of the spectrum, and then order and chaos on the other side. Ooh. As opposed to it just being a line. Pokemon ZX Spectrum. We do have an Amorous. Or we could just was there like a pseudo not a pseudo legendary trio, but like a sub legendary trio like Uxie and Mesprit and all them in Gen 6? I feel like they got rid of that after Gen 5. There's so many legendaries in Gen 5. Bang bang bong bong. Luxury, the luxury.
Bingo!
Double spinning edge. Queen Nero, thank you for the 37 months of tier 1 saying, good luck, super excited for the new legends. So I'm gonna replay X and Y. You might have to, because there might be a secret in X and Y that they use as a hint for a quest in Legend ZA like they did with Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. How do you get a shiny in this game? Where's my, like, where's my, what do you call it? Schoolhouse Rock style, like, song for this. Get a shiny, gonna get a shiny. You see, in Pokemon Coliseum, there wasn't supposed to be shinies. However, hey, Toasty, thank you for the second month of your gifted subs from Stone Steel. What do we got?
Nope.
Ooh, shiny, get that shiny. However, the code was done incorrectly, so it only rerolls the shiny if the opposing trainer has the shiny. So when you catch it yourself, I get it. That means your Pokemon has the chance to be shiny. That's right, but it's full odds, and there's no way to reduce those odds, to increase those odds in any way, shape, or form. So you're just rolling at the 1 in 8,192. But mister, what is it, what's the point of shiny hunting Pokemon in a game that's not supposed to be shiny hunted that takes so long to do? Devil 7, or it's all in my head with the 17 months of tier 1 saying 17 months strong. Devil 7 with the 20 months of tier 1 saying the eternal quest to find out what the power plant, what was the power plant in X and Y? I got 40 seconds left, but the chain attack song has ended already. Well, some people like to challenge themselves, Billy. So they'll end up going for shiny Pokemon to make a Ribbon Master out of. And because Quagsire can get a ribbon from being purified, it means that people will want to go for Quagsire in order to make it a shiny Quagsire Pokemon Coliseum to make that a Ribbon Master. There it is. There's the emote of the shiny Scizor. What is it? E-reader exclusive, I might add. I like Time to Fight. Let's play that song. Does Quag have any unique moves at Coliseum? No, I think the unique moves are only given to Pokemon in XD, where pretty much everyone had Refresh. By doing this to move it to Scarlet and Violet. Not only that, but grab every ribbon along the way. Was Volcanion Gen 6 or Gen 7? Is the e-reader worth it today? I mean, you could probably find fake cards that can be run with the e-reader.
Nope.
Or you could print your own true. Hero McNosky, thank you for the 92 months of tier 1. CJ47 with 100 bits saying 1 in 8,092. That's just 13 straight coin flips right. That's not hard. What if that's how they calculate it? Just 1 in 2s, 1 in 2 chances, 13 times. Christian, no. Did you have an e-reader? No, I've never had an e-reader. I would love it if, for whatever reason, the opponent just happened to have the same trainer ID and secret ID as me and rolled the shiny. That's such an infinitesimally small chance. Hey, easy. No, we're not playing. We're not playing. Infinitesimal. Still thinking back to the person who got Jirachi from me at MagFest. It's like, oh man, I got a shiny one. I was like, what? They RNG manipped for it.
Nope.
Buddy, I can't supervise you right now. Looks like he's going downstairs. I mean, if it, like, depending on when it takes place, or if they just, like, rewrite some of the history of Kalos, you know, we might finally get Az's Floette. Reminds me of the dumbest shiny hunt I ever saw. Someone shiny hunted for Juniper's Minccino. Since it can be shiny in the Welcome to the World of Pokemon intro, that's awful. What is it? It had a special... Yeah, Az's Floette had a special stat block and a special move. But the... I'm trying to remember, was the stat block for Az's Floette just Florges' stat block? Or was it different? Was it stronger than that? It could not evolve either, yes. Might as well have been its own species of Pokemon. It was a more offensive it was just Florges' stats. More offensive but worse defenses, okay. I don't care if his name is AZ, I'm calling him Az. Basically Blood Moon Floette, that'd be great. That'd be great if they ended up with like doing another like Blood Moon style Pokemon. And it's supposed to like look like horrible and intimidating, or you just see like, the photographer just gets like pictures of fainted Pokemon around, and it's just Az's Floette. Considering RNG manipulating this for a, well, if and when I do RNG manipulate for this, I want to go for a square shiny, which as far as I can tell is only something in Pokemon Sword and Shield. Steel Bounce with Thunderbit saying, just realized AZ from Pokemon is now, and now Pokemon Legends ZA. Yep, I'm pretty sure that was the connection they made. Although, the game, specifically the game, is Pokemon Legends Z-A. It's not just ZA, it's Z-A. If you go to the Pokemon website for it, its title includes the hyphen. What are we doing next? How about a creative exercise? Boop, boop.
Nope.
Reset. 300 bits from Cosmic Demon saying, I've seen the new news sources at calling it Legend Z to A. Yeah, I saw the edit of someone who just edited to say pizza. It was the P from Pokemon, and then like 2 Z's, the A, and then the hyphen between Z and A they used as the I. Na 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 na. Bum 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. I love how like it would like it. Zygarde was always meant to have the different forms. Like we know that from like cutting room floor stuff, like behind the scenes stuff, yada yada. I just love though how it ended up in X and Y as The aspect of creation! The aspect of destruction! Worm. With a Y, yeah, worm. It is dragon type.
Hi, bud. Keep me company?
I do find it funny how Xerneas has an advantage against both Zygarde and Yveltal. But Zygarde has Aura Break, which weakens Xerneas. What does Aura Break do exactly? Aura Break inverts the effects. Oh, okay. I didn't realize it inverted them.
Nope.
Yeah, it's a 25% decrease, which isn't terribly much, but like, you know, it probably is enough. Although, doesn't Zygarde's ability change if you have like the one that can go into Zygarde complete? Yeah, Power Construct. Does Power Construct do anything for Zygarde 10%? You can go to 100 from 10? That's nuts. I like how all the Zygarde cells come in and they're like formed together. It's like, guys, we need more powerful forms. We're weak as hell. We need to be the aspect of order. What do we take the shape of? Okay, when there's 10% of us, I think the best we can do is a dog. Okay? And what about more than that? Well, at 50%, 50, we can't do anything with like, we can't do anything between 10 and 50. No, just hear me out. At 50, we turn into a snake. And then that can generally be what can like calm down the aspects of, you know, creation and you know, destruction. Then at 100, I have to stop you again. There are so many different forms we can take with the cells we have between 10, 50, and 100. But listen, when we get to 100, we become a Gundam. We become a Gundam with 2 really cool scarves and way more HP than any Pokemon has the right of having with our power. How much damage does at the end of a turn, it's gotta be below half to transform.
Nope.
Considering Hisu and regional variants are the new, any Pokemon you hope for a new variant in ZA? I'm pretty malleable on that because, like, to me, it's gonna depend on when it takes place. If it is if it takes place in the aftermath of the Great War, then like maybe Pokemon that were like modified in some way to be more prepared for battle, you know, for like actual combat. I think it would also be neat if they created a regional variant that they also gave a mega form to. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I already got it. Never mind. It's you know, I know exactly what the Pokemon Company's gonna do. Mega? I'm just gonna call it Colosseum. Like, for now, until they come out with a new name for the area that they can do regional variants for. Mega Colosseum Charizard Z. They're gonna do a regional variant of Charizard and they're gonna give it a Mega. Would the Mega come first, or would the Colosseum come first? Would it be Colosseum Mega Charizard Z? Golurk was supposed to have that cannon form, so maybe like if they make a Mega Golurk, it could be the cannon. My food is almost here.
Nope.
Rose Dragonslayer with 100 bits saying, as someone who genuinely loves Charizard and Mega Charizard, I want that to be real. Sinnoh became, or rather Hisui became Sinnoh. That's what I'm saying. Colosseum Hitmonchan, but he's dressed in army fatigues and has a gun. Fighting Steel type. He just beats people with it, though, because of his boxing glove hands, he can't pull the trigger. Oh, someone said Baguette Fido. It's just longer. That'd be great. Call that pistol whipping? Isn't that like, I thought there was like, hitting them with the butt of your gun. I thought there was a phrase for that wasn't pistol whipping. Wait a minute. Let's take a look back through history here for just a moment. What if we had another Voltorb form that looked like a landmine? Now, bear with me here. The Great Colosseum War took place 3,000 years ago. Lieutenant Surge took place in a war. Lieutenant Surge is as. Roomba Voltorb. Voltorb. Na 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 na.
Nope.
I think I saw like a fake leak that someone came out with where it was like a new Rotom form. And I don't know what it was clearly a vibrator. Would that work, strapping a claymore to a Roomba? Because isn't it like, it's motion detection, isn't it? Yeah, massager form. Wouldn't Stunfisk work better? Actually, Stunfisk as a landmine would be a good future Paradox Pokemon. Iron Boom. It knows all of its moves all of its moves can only cause the user to faint or give them recoil. Iron Plate's pretty good. It has, its ability is upon send out, uses explosion. Ooh. I think a regional variant of Honedge would be really good. Considering that, and if, you know, it would work well if it took place in the past too, because considering that Honedge is a sword possessed by a ghost, it'd be interesting to see, like, the spirit that inhabits that sword as a Pokemon, you know? Or like maybe a new Pokemon that like leads into that. So it's like a living Pokemon, steel types and something other, but it wields the Honedge sword.
Nope.
Because there's no spirit in it. There's no spirit in the Honedge sword at that point. Fairy Steel and wields a sword. That sounds familiar. Regional Tinkaton, but with a gun, Tinkagun. Regional Tinkaton is exactly the same, but its cry is, "Nice balls, bro!" Give us your cash! 777 bits from Stunfisk, from Sunpire Rising Stunfisk. The Mind Poke. Oh god, I stepped on it. Tell my wife I love her. I find it funny that they've also had to come up with different classifications for moves outside of like physical, special, and their type, specifically for certain abilities. Punches, bites. I think it's safe to say, was the entire Sinnoh, like, no, I wouldn't say entire Sinnoh Pokedex, but entire Pokedex of Pokemon introduced in Gen 4. Were all the Pokemon that were introduced in Gen 4 available in Legends Arceus? Every Sinnoh original, yes, okay. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. We've been listening to this for a long time. We're 15 minutes in. Oh, you know what? It's short, but I like it. Is Weeball? Yeah, it was space-time. Yeah, it was in the STDs. They gave me a perfect reason to use STD as an acronym, and I'm using it. The space-time distortions, STDs. Lord Chaos Nightmare VT saying, hey Tom, I have an evil idea for Pokemon Hard Mode. Poké Centers cost money to heal. Evil Team actually steals your Pokemon if you lose to them. Every trainer is 5 to 10 levels higher than normal. And no flight or teleportation till post-game. I feel like that last one would just be annoying.
Nope.
Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta grab my food. On the bright side, whoops, I'll have plenty of time to take bites of my food betwixt moves, because it takes so long to do the moves in this game. I like Tillery, but there's a bayonet coming out of its mouth. One thing I'm excited to see as well is them build upon what they established in Pokemon in Legends Arceus. Learn from the mistakes they made of developing like a new version of Pokemon essentially, and trying to like learn from that. I got a poke bowl. Instead of rice base though, I got kale noodles. Because man, they are good. I also got this spam thing. I can never remember how to pronounce it. For some reason, it's suggesting the Tekken character select theme extended. There we go. Spam Musubi, yes. It's so good. Hi, Shauna. Hope you're doing well. Oh, what do we got?
Nope.
Maybe I can lure out the shiny Quagsire with the delicious smell of food.
Bingo!
Luigi Oshi with 27 months of tier 1. Saying, hoping we hit 1,000 encounters. That'd be pretty awesome. Gred Manson with the 300 bit saying, what I want to know is what new trainer ancestors could show up in ZA. Any you'd want to see? It also depends on when it takes place. Any of them that have talked about having a rich family in the past. Even Keith for the 47 months of tier 1. I got a nice sriracha aioli to go with this, too. No matter what, everyone wants Hex Maniac back. Yep. What am I eating, Tom? A Pokeball. Or no, it's... How do you pronounce it? It's Pokeball? Do you pronounce the E as a long A? Okay. Yep, a Pokeball while playing Pokemon. Everybody wants the Hex Maniac back, from the normal, well-adjusted people who think she's neat to the perverts. To the perverts with the obsession with the one that sells Moo Moo milk. Having a grilled ham and cheese sandwich. Ooh. That sounds good. Shoot, I didn't check this beforehand.
Nope.
Honey glazed salmon. Berry Skittles. I had some Reese's Pieces the other day. I missed the what are they? The Midnight Skittles, or like the Dark Side Skittles, whatever they were called. I really like the flavors they had. I've seen someone try to say that every Skittles flavor is the same, and to prove it. But I've tried that taste test myself. The only ones I couldn't tell the difference between were lemon and lime. He was also like, I've got a bag of Skittles to prove it. I wonder if like he just had all them in different colors of the same flavor. Grape definitely tastes different, at the very least. Lyman and Lem. I like that. Lem could be short for Lemmy. But what is Lemmy short for? So don't delay. Act now. Supplies are running out. Allow us to roll alive. 6 to 8 weeks to allow. I saw Lemard in it, and I almost choked.
Nope.
Lem, as in Lamantha. I love the joke from Archer. M, as in Mancy. I thought you said N. No, I clearly said M, as in Mancy. You ever seen the video of the Count from Sesame Street's counting song, but they censor out anytime he says the word count? It is hysterical. Huh? It's a pretty old vid, too. I count the bats on the wall. I count the curtains in the hall. Every time, bleeping out the word count. And the refrain slowly, slowly, slowly getting faster. Dude can count all day. Oh yeah, and when I'm alone, I count myself. Forgot about that one. Oh, that's not good.
Bingo!
Jack Spool, thank you for the 11 months. Tier 1, thanks. Saying, thank you to the Stone Steel for giving me a sub, and good luck with the hunt tonight, Tom. Thank you. I'm almost done with my food. This Quagsire is being stubborn, I say.
Bingo!
Man, that's good. Phoenix926 with the 96 months of tier 1, tier 2, excuse me, saying Ekin. Looks nice backwards. I'm a believer. Someone thought it was a good idea to introduce Muck in the same generation as a Pokemon with two Pokemon with his name spelled backwards.
Nope.
Wow, Brandon, you were right. Sorry, I'm just reading chat. You ever tried the TCG, Tom? Yes, the year was 1999. It's either 98 or 99 where I got my, first starter pack.
Oh, hey, big guy.
No, not, hey, that's definitely not for you. That was my roommate's dog, Christian. He's a good boy. Lot of energy, very happy. He has two modes, cuddle and play. And in both of those modes, he wants to be as close to you as possible.
Nope.
Don't know exactly what he's mixed with, but, his head very much resembles that of an American Bulldog. But his legs are too long. Does he nibble in both modes like iDog? He nibbles, yes, actually. What he'll do is he'll go to lick my ear, and he'll start nibbling on my ear. YouTube's talking about, the YouTube chat's talking about, like, different, like, move type. They're talking about Zeraora's Plasma Fists. And for some reason, in my head, I thought of... What am I trying to say here? Oh, moves that change your typing is a general discussion. Okay. Well, I was thinking, like, what if there was a move that changes type based on the move that the opponent last used. So, like, if they attack you with the dark type move, then the move becomes dark type if you use it on them. Color change but as a move? No, the move's type change. It'd be an attacking move, but its type changes based on the last move that the Pokemon you're attacking used, that the target used. Like conversion as an attack, yes. That'd be a good Porygon move, actually. I would love to get a look into the Pokemon Writers Room and see how many times Porygon has been brought up just to be shot down.
Nope.
Wouldn't be a very good move because most types resist themselves. It wouldn't turn into the type of the opposing Pokemon. It would turn into the type of the move they last used. So if a let's use Porygon as an example. If a Porygon used Thunderbolt, and then this attack was used on the Porygon, it would change to an electric type, not a normal type. It'd be a unique move. It might not be competitively viable. It would be relying heavily on predicting what your opponent was going to use as a move. I still think it'd be a cool thing to put in there because there's a lot of moves that are essentially useless anyway, but don't really have much, like... A lot of moves that are useless competitively anyway. Because remember, not everything in Pokemon has to be useful, you know? Yeah, not every move can be Stealth Rock. So if an Umbreon uses it, it never works because you can only attack... Oh, you're talking about Synchronoise, okay. To be more risk reward, it may have a high power. I have no idea. I'm not a game developer. Like, honestly, they do come out with several ability, or they come out with several items that are just abilities as the items. Like the Clear Amulet is just Clear Body as an item.
Nope.
Nice bubble, thank you. I haven't chewed gum in ages. And boy, do I miss it. Brand? Ice Cube's Black Cherry? So I forget Genesec's disc that changed its main attack to the element or Arceus' plates in Judgment. Yeah. The idea is that it wouldn't be dependent. It would be dependent on something, but it wouldn't be dependent on an item. It'd be dependent on the opposing Pokemon's last attack. So glad Game Freak is taking the year off. I mean, like, didn't Legends Arceus come out in like February of like 2021? Only attacks, not status moves. That was 2022. Good lord. Did Scarlet and Violet really come out the same year as Legends Arceus? Good God. Oh my god, if they pulled, God, what was the name of the train guy from Black and White that they put in Legends Arceus? If they pulled that with Looker in this one, that'd be great. Ingo, there we go.
Nope.
Ingo and Eminent Plaza. And the Gem 3 remix is already warped out of his time? Really? How many games is Looker bending? Was he in Gen 4 or did he start off in Gen 5? He was in Platinum. He was definitely in Gen 6 because he had the he's in Black and White, he's in X and Y. I don't remember him being in Gen 7. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon also had a time displaced character with Annabelle, the Frontier Brain from Gen 3. Yeah, and then there was Emma and Looker's post-game story in X and Y. Which, God, Emma's job being real seedy in the X and Y post-game. So what do you do? God. So what do you do at this place? I don't know, I go there, blackout, and don't remember anything the next morning, apparently, and then it turns out she's been committing crimes unconsciously. And then she punted the, what the heck was that thing called? The big-eyed cat thing. Esper, thank you.
Nope.
I try on a skin-tight suit. The guy asks me some questions. I black out. Yada, yada, yada. I come back and I'm fine. Playing Pokemon Y right now. What's going on, Jepson? I would love to see like Colress transport. If this Legends game does take place in the future, I would love if what was it? I'd love if like Colress did get transported there, was very excited to be there, and then realized that everything that he was researching had already been done, so there was no point to him continuing science anymore. Just grows a beard, you know, combs his hair back, and he doesn't even look like Colress anymore. You don't find out until the end of the game that it's Colress. Corn nuts. Changes his name to like Lester or something like that, like, and just goes by Les for short. Taking out the C-O-R, the core of his being.
Nope.
I'm out here leaking the game, yeah. Playing Ultra Sun for Shiny Regirock? You mean Bregirock? What if we're the bad guys in Z? What if Mirror B gets transported into whatever time Pokemon ZA takes place in? Ooh, yeah! I can introduce Disco and become the new Disco King! I'm bringing disco here, baby. I want a Pokemon game that takes place before the Pokeball and before Voltorb are created. That Mirror B is transported to, and he is the godfather of the modern Pokeball design. I saw this man's hair, and the design just came to me. Tem shop.
Nope.
You mean this mechanical marvel that built thousands of years ago was made by you, Mirabee? Mechanical marvel? This is a disco droid! Watch! Like, adjust a few things on the back, the legs grow out of Magearna and she just starts disco dancing. Can Hoopa do time? I don't know. He could get transported to a different universe that happens to be on a different timeline. Not all parallel universes need to be happening at the same time, you dig? Mirror B gets sent back to the beginning of creation. You can see the DC's version of DC Universe's version created with like the swirl in there and the hand slowly closing. I don't think that was in the new 52, was it? When did the new 52 come out? Because they had, in, the DC animated universe, they showed that in the Chronos episode of Justice League Unlimited. I meant what year. I don't know when Flashpoint happened. That would be pre-Flashpoint, okay.
Nope.
I love the Splatoon 3 shop done in the style of Scott Pilgrim. Boo, boo, boo. No, DCAU is like 1990 something to 2012. Because you got Batman the Animated Series and Superman the Animated Series, which led into Justice League. They finished Justice League Unlimited in like 2007 or 8, and then they made a few movies after that. Friend, you want it? There's no rubies to spend, then you got it. Here's your sales quickly. Come on now, be quicker. Tell them come back when they're a little richer. I think they got an actor to play Parappa in that. I do gotta play RZ at some point.
Nope.
Bingo!
Kina Sheenan with the 38 months of tier 1 saying Tom Scream. Thank you very much. Meant to put more message there, but oops. I was playing TF2 the other day. And if you probably see me typing messages in like chats or whatever, you know how I type. So I was typing like that in TF2. And generally in an FPS game, which I learned at that point, probably want to type like shorter phrases and whatnot. But someone messaged, someone said, Tom, you look like you type like an AI. I type like me. I type like someone who learned, I type like someone who learned grammar and is applying it. I am a toaster. Christian USA. Super Mario RPG. Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3. Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2. King's Knight, Dig Dug, Chew Man Fu. Harvest Moon. League Puzzle Pokemon. Toe Jam and Earl in Panic on Funkotron.
Nope.
The part after that always gets me. Bubble, bobble, double, dribble, double, dragon, F-Zero. F-Zero, X, and Donkey Kong Jr. Math! Ninja Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3. Christian USA. Cowabunga! Cow! Mrrr.
Bingo!
Slowly Butterfly, thank you for 39 months of tier 1 saying Quag! Oh no. Why'd you have to bring that up? Ba-na-ba-na-na-na. Ba-na-ba-na-ba-na. Ba-da-ba-da-da-na. Oh, shell shock. What was the one? Is there like one bit that John uses from like a clip where like Mikey is crowd control and he's being like thrown into a pit? He's like, whoa. I'm coming, Slicer. Whoa.
Bingo!
Leo, thank you for the 101 months of tier 1 saying, welcome to Shiny Hunting 101. Professor Tom was the first lesson for class. Don't shiny hunt in Pokemon Coliseum.
Nope.
Ba-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. How goes the Sisyphean task? Oh, you know. $99 Panasonic Blu-ray. $99 Panasonic Blu-ray.
Yes, it's a Jagular. What do Jaguars do, Pooh? Well...
It's okay! It's okay! He's public domain now, it's fine! $99. I love for the bloopers for what was that show called? Monkey Wrench. Zito did the first clip is Zito singing this song as Scratch, but he's going $99 Panasonic Blu-ray. $99 Panasonic Blu-ray. As long as he doesn't have the red shirt. Sounds about right for what Scratch would say.
Nope.
Awakening music so good. Too bad this is Face. This is Road Taken from Fire Emblem Fates. This is the song that plays when you're doing, I forgot what they're called, but when enemies appear on the map, in places you've already been, you go there to fight them. What do you mean this is like the only good Fates song? What about Dusk Falls? What about the final, what about the final battle in Revelation? Yeah, End of All. I'm putting that on next. Is Fate's even really a bad game? It's not a bad game at all. The biggest issue with Fates to me is the player character. Because if you want somebody to represent the player, you can't make the player character that naive and stupid. Yeah, the baby dimension is a little weird.
Bingo!
So, okay, you know how in Fire Emblem Awakening, when you paired people up, suddenly a paralog would be available that allowed you to unlock their kid from the future? Well, they wanted to keep that in Fates, and they sort of opened up the world of like the Outer Realms from Awakening in that. So they were like, so anytime anybody has a kid in Fates, they're as the great parents they are fighting in war-torn countries. It's just like, I'm going to leave you in another dimension where time flows differently and the kids are ready to fight in a matter of minutes.
Nope.
The hyperbolic baby dimension. I love how Arthur had an irredeemably low luck score. Such heroism. God, I'm trying to remember all the characters from that game. There were the ninja nurses, there were the ninja servants. There was the Ninja Butler. There was Selena. Oh yeah, the Oni Chieftain. I think that's who I married in my birthright playthrough. Oh yeah, there were the wolf people and the fox people. That's right, her name was Rinka. I'm flashing back to the moment when I played that game, and I was really into Clone High at the time, so I kept calling her Rinker in the voice of JFK. Hey, Rinker. Nothing bad ever happens to the Hoshido royal family! How old is Clone High? I think it initially came out in 2003, and then they had they recently came out with 2 seasons on HBO Max.
Nope.
Whoa, hold the phone. You can get Owain, Severon, and Inigo as downloadable characters in Fire Emblem Fates. Like not Selena, not Laszlo, and not Odin. They were in a DLC map. I think there was a DLC story involving the 3. Only in the DLC were they playable. Gotcha. Okay. That's right. It was the pre-phase. Yeah, I remember that now. I think the only thing I didn't do in God, there's a lot of stuff that I don't quite remember doing and not doing in that. Look at the portraits for some of these characters. They tried to fit their weapons in on here too, and they just made Tsubaki really short because of it. I did a Let's Play of all 3 games. Phases 3 games, yeah. Birthright, Conquest, and Revelation. There were 2 individual games you could buy or a combination that was all in one cartridge. If you bought the individual games, if you bought the individual game, if you bought like Birthright instead of Conquest, you could download Conquest onto Birthright as DLC, which I think made it significantly cheaper. And then Revelation was a downloadable story mode if you had the... Oh, I didn't switch them, shoot. Revelation was only downloadable if you had the individual games, but if you had the double pack, then it was on that cartridge. That cartridge loose, the special edition cartridge, the one that's got Birthright, Conquest, and Revelation on it, $300 loose.
Nope.
Birthright, Conquest, and Revelation were each full games. It wasn't like you were skimping on any content if you like missed one or the other. And having both contexts made Revelation help support Revelation. There were essentially three different story timelines. Wasn't Conquest significantly harder than Birthright? Yeah, so Birthright was based more around like modern Fire Emblem games where you had the option to grind your characters up by doing other battles. Whereas Conquest was more like classic Fire Emblem games where it was just like one mission after the other without much room to do anything else. The way I heard it advertised was that Birthright was supposed to have the better story, Conquest was supposed to have the better gameplay. Conquest had the better story. What am I doing? Hate the level of Conquest, the endless reinforcements at the end of every turn. Was that the sewer? Because I think they did something like that with Engage. Is Corrin in Engage? Yes, okay.
Nope.
It's kind of weird they relegated Chrom and Robin to DLC. Oh my god. You know who the Here's an art prompt for you. Kellum from Fire Emblem Awakening and Forget-Me-Not from X-Men shaking hands. with the phrase over that says "never forget." I remember I played Fire Emblem Awakening like a while ago on stream, and someone told me to make Kellum a thief since it would serve him better. Considering. No, that wasn't what .u. That was on a stream I did before. .u was. God, I don't even know if I was even streaming at that time. Yeah, .u was the LP.
Nope.
And to make the .u joke land even harder, in the first episode, I didn't actually say a name when the protagonists introduced themselves, and I blurred out the name that they say. Fire Emblem LPs are long. Well, that's because, like, they're not really, like... I never edited anything down, you know? I think I would also stop in the middle of, like... Because I try to keep them at, like, a half-hour long, so I'd stop in the middle of chapters all the time. One thing I love about, like, Xenoblade 3 in particular is that the story, the story up until a certain point is its own microcosm. But as the player, you know that it's so much more than that. And it's just like, it's the kind of thing where, like, it's the when are we getting to the fireworks factor when you're trying to figure out, like, what everything is where. You know, you get to the Saffronia tree at one point and you're like, oh yeah, Uriah!
Nope.
Did anybody roll the predictions? Because I forgot to do it. Created by Corey. Okay, so yeah, Corey did do it. It doesn't give a time for when you, Yeah, the Mac the Wildwood was a wild trip. Coming down Tefra Hill in the Future Redeemed DLC was a very bittersweet feeling. How long would you say it takes to complete a Xenoblade game, like 100%? Depends on the game, it depends on what your definition of 100% is. Fire Emblem grinding songs do not miss. "100% speedrun of 3 is a day and 6 hours and change." At least it's not the Batten Kaito speedrun, which takes 2 weeks IRL, which takes 2 weeks to finish.
Nope.
Because there is an item in the game that takes 2 weeks in-game to develop. And here's the kicker. Pausing freezes that timer. If you're in a menu, if you've paused, the timer freezes. Turning off the game also freeze the timer? I think so. I have no idea, actually. The game needs to be running for 2 weeks. There was somebody who was doing attempts of Batten Kaitos 100% on stream, and they got banned for just having the game pause, having the game running with nothing else going on in the stream for 2 weeks. It's hysterical because like it takes 2 weeks to do the speed run. It takes like 2 weeks and a few hours to do the speed run. Or like maybe a few minutes, a few hours, whatever. And like to the people that have done it, their GDQ couldn't do it. This is the problem. Like, here's how they would have to do it. Because there would be no way that it could be like a world record attempt, because how they'd have to do it is that they have to go through the rigmarole of doing everything in the game, then going to a save state that's right before the 2 weeks is up.
Nope.
You know what the longest single piece of literature is? It's a Super Smash Bros. Brawl fanfiction. Oh, something surpassed it, apparently. The new longest is a Loud Family fanfic? Like the Nickelodeon show? Or a Loud House fanfic, yeah, wow. I'm almost afraid to ask. Nya 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 nya. Ba-da ba-da, ba-da ba-da, ba-da ba-diddle do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, ba-da ba-da, ba-da ba-da, ba-da ba-da, ba-da ba-da, ba-da. Bum bum bum. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya.
Nope.
I'm gonna keep the same noise throughout the entire thing. I might shrink the font on the counter if it gets to 4 digits. Yes, so I am going for a Ribbon Master on this one, which means that the Quagsire does have to be purified. Because it gets a ribbon for purification. You gonna do the Mount Battle Ribbon too? All of them. I got Pokemon prepped. Taking the Lipitor. Taking the Lipitor. Ruben, after the Shadow Pokemon you're most worried about getting? Oh god, the one for, I have to get to Master Rank in competitive Pokemon, and then win a battle with the Quagsire in my party. You run the contest for both Gen 3 games? There are,
Nope.
there are ribbons for both of them. Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 3 remakes, and Gen 4 remakes all have different ribbons for contests. Calling it now. They're gonna precede the 10th generation with a collection of with a Pokemon games collection that goes up to the Switch games, but does not include Pokemon Coliseum or XD. Hooper was an X and Y. Well, listen, I mean, like, I guess at some point, like, I feel like people are gonna have to be reminded that that the Pokemon games up through Generation 7 allowed for every single Pokemon that was available at the time, and it wasn't until Gen 8 that they started limiting the Pokedex. What if they just started retroactively deleting Pokemon? Alright, here come the Unova remakes. So we got Pansage, Panpour, and... I feel like there was a third fire monkey. I feel like there was a third elemental monkey. Chimchar, that's right.
Nope.
No, Quagsire does not have Mega Evolution or Gigantamax form. Kaboom! Honestly, Unaware is what's been keeping Quagsire in the like still being used in OU singles format. The funny thing is, Clefable has Unaware as well, and is an objectively better Pokemon to use than Quagsire, but Magic Bounce is so much better, or Magic Guard is so much better. So no one ever runs Unaware Clefairy or Clefable. But like, Quagsire has never been in OU, but frequently finds itself in OU and sometimes Ubers? Just because Unaware is so good. And it has Recover, and it has chip damage, and it can burn. It's tanky as well. Isn't there a method to hunt mods? Yeah, there's RNG manipulation for this, but I don't want to do that. Because the Ribbon Master Syndicate keeps track of whether it's RNG manipulated or not. Also, it's a matter of pride.
Nope.
They don't reject RNG manipulated Pokemon. There's just a little tick on it that just says RNG manipulated, and it's yes. Have you tested 4 emulator setup for blocks? Nope. Oh wait, have I?
Nope.
Oh, thank you, Del. Gotta prevent hostile aliens from annihilating us all. If Quagsire got a Mega, I would want it to look exactly the same, just like maybe like 3 inches bigger. And all that changes is that it gets more bulk. That's it. I would want it. I would want something similar to Mega Slowbro, where it's being where it's like it's basically still Slowbro, but it's just like the only difference is the shell. So like with Quagsire, it would just be like that's like covered in mud or something.
Nope.
Hey. In Gen 6, Kangaskhan was the best competitively viable Mega. Because of its, because Parental Bond is nuts! They did nerf that in Gen 7. What did they do? How did they nerf it? Did they reduce how much damage, how much damage, the baby did? Okay, because it was, in Gen 6, it was 50%. It was 50% in Gen 6 and 25% in Gen 7, which is arguably very balanced. However, you can still power up Punch. You still power up Punch twice. How are we gonna take it from him to buff Leech Life? I don't think they really had a reason to buff Leech Life, to be honest. Parental Bond was essentially like... Parental Bond was more or less like Skill Link and Serene Grace rolled into one.
Nope.
Whatever starters they bring into Pokemon ZA are probably gonna get a regional, are probably gonna be like the ones in Legends Arceus, so where they get a, either it'll be like Legends Arceus where they get a regional form, or they'll get a Mega. I don't know if they'll do both. They might do both. Battle Bond still works, but they changed its effect, right? Battle Bond's just stat boosts. And is it when it KOs a poke? Is it essentially just Beast Boost, but for Greninja? Plus attack, special attack, and speed. Okay, so it's like a boosted Beast Boost. I imagine it only goes off once. Yeah. One time per battle. So if I recall it and send it out again and do the same thing, would it not get the boost? Why did they think it was a good idea to make Rayquaza not need to hold a Mega Stone to Mega Evolve? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
Nope.
I'm searching for a song I can... I love the one clip from American Dad that's been going around recently. It's like, they say the instructor here is the toughest in all of clowning, and damn it, it's Roger, isn't it? It's gonna be Roger. Mega Mewtwo Z. It goes full fighting type and it's just Jiren. It's like, I haven't seen like the episodes, I've just seen the clips, but there's like the one where like, God. Like, Francine goes in to check on Haley in a room. Like, brings like medicine and some orange juice and like, out pops Rogu from under the bed and goes, "You got Rogu'd." And Francine goes, "Every damn time!" Oh, what did they do in or what happened in that? There's like a letter from Haley about how she's like running away. And at the end of it, it goes into P.S. Rogu can eat as much raw pasta as he wants, but it's still being read in Haley's voiceover. Francine looks to Rogu and goes, "Rogu, I know you wrote this." He just goes, "Ah." Does anyone remember the meme that went around for a while that was like the American Dad for Wii speedrun? Ricky Spanish.
Nope.
Yeah, the American Dad skipped the intro speedrun. American Dad had a game for the Wii? No, it did not. Oh man. So I mentioned DBZ characters in Pokemon. Well, Gohan's ability would be no guard, cause he can't dodge. Oh yeah, Pokemon Legends also just takes place in Lumio City. Maybe they're gonna turn into Grand Theft Auto. I'm pretty sure in the presentation or the trailer they say that it takes place entirely within Lumios. It was confirmed by the Twitter account, yeah.
Nope.
Lumio City was pretty sizable for a 3DS game, and I imagine they're going to like scale it as well so it fits the theme of like being in the city. And the buildings have insides, yeah. Ooh. Redevelopment. Xerneas being used in the weapon as an aspect of creation. A game that takes place probably either in the near future of it, or What if it's what if it's like like nature reclaimed Lumio City? Well, if this is specifically like from, I mean, actually it could work with either of them. Either Xerneas was using the weapon to accelerate the growth of the plants in Lumios, or Yveltal was used to destroy and nature reclaimed it later on. They just keep it ambiguous the entire time. What about the "you aren't the one hex maniac"? Well, just imagine like a hex maniac like sees you for a battle. And like it plays like the trainer music. She walks up to you and goes, "I've seen some strange stuff on the internet."
Nope.
Tiger with the 100-bit saying, based on the transition between Parchment and Tron lines in the trailer, I wonder if ZA will take place entirely in Lumio City, where you time travel to different points in its history, like hopping back and forth between the past and the future. Ah, that'd be interesting. Give me one with a funky beat. I feel like those like any of like the haunting stuff is just like one-off gags they don't really revisit. The only time I've ever seen any of those ghost gags revisited was in the, was it Pokemon Origins? No, not Origins. Oh, the bridge. I was thinking of the anime where the green-haired lady from Gen 4 goes to the old chateau. Generations, yeah, and Cheryl. Black and White 2 had one come back? I guess so.
Nope.
Hey, bud. You look cute, so I'm gonna take a picture of you. Wait. You having a good nap? The fluffiest Zen Ogre, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I appreciate that. I'm gonna post it to Twitter. It is away on the twiddle. Once I check this ball, I'll show it to you guys. There he is. There the whoops. There the baby boy. Hello, the baby boy. Are you okay? You look so much less comfortable now.
Nope.
Once I get to 8:50, I'm gonna take an ad break.
Bingo!
Wrestle on X, thank you for the Prime sub. Nintendo loves to lean into their spoilers a lot. I'm just thinking, like, is there anybody here who hasn't played or like knows what, like Ocarina has probably one of the best twists in the game, but everybody knows it. Ocarina is rather old, true. I guess it is like the Darth Vader plot twist. Yeah, Dan from Game Grumps learning of that twist, it was such a great moment. Never played Ocarina of Time, what's the twist? Ooh, play it! What's the twist? That Rosebud is the sled.
Nope.
Favorite Zelda quote? I like when the Goron child in Ocarina of Time blames himself for everything that happened to Hyrule in the 7 years that you were gone. Aside from like the crowd control shenanigans, my rando run of Ocarina of Time this time around is going really well. Do you remember? I'm pretty sure I had the same problem with the last time I did Ocarina of Time, but do you remember when like the slingshot wasn't in logic at all? I'm pretty sure what happened was I'm pretty sure what happened was like people from crowd control gave me seeds. And because I got the seeds, the game thought I had the seed bag. So when I went to get the crowd control, instead of giving me, or when I get the slingshot, instead of giving me the slingshot, it gave me a seed upgrade. So whenever I start a new one of those, I have to turn seeds, give and take seeds off.
Nope.
Oh, what happened during the slingshot minigame, huh? There's a man. Someone asked in chat, what's a random video game quote you remember for no reason? I feel like there's some that just slip into my normal conversation. I cannot remember where they're from. Some Star Fox delivery ends up coming into my purview every now and again. What's been on my mind recently is Samantha Bayard, the actress who plays Karlach, saying,
I hate it here. I want to go to Build-A-Bear.
Nope.
All right, I'm gonna take that break. I went one longer than I said I would for that break, and yes. So yeah, I'll be right back. Let's go! I've got York Peppermint Patty Minis! But where are the Marcies? I need to be careful. I need to be careful on what autoplays. Because I've been watching the things VTubers say, and most of their coverage has just been of the failings of Niji Sanji.
Ooh, I could be on their hit list just for saying that.
Not Niji Sanji's hit list, rather the fanatics of Niji Sanji. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Nope.
48 more to go tonight. Disclaimer, this is a joke and I do not have a Ring doorbell. It seems there's somebody at my door. Someone in a Vox Akuma t-shirt with a gun. How strangely timed. At least the Tommy's party isn't a cult. Oh, give it time. Haruka's fan base is a cult, right? They just want to deliver Niji Sanji merch and keep it safe. That's what the gun is for. The Discord is pretty unhinged. God, there was another... Bringing up American Dad again. There's another American Dad bit where Haley's part of like a workout cult. And Francine is like, no, she's in a cult. I know my fair share of cults. And she pulls out a scrapbook. And suddenly like everyone in the family, like Stan is at the door knocking on the door, being like, I left my keys in the car because what I heard. Punches the window, opens the door. You got the scrapbook out! Like Steve comes, like busts through the ceiling to go down to it, and like Klaus drives in a scooter just to see the cult scrapbook. They're just like going through the memories one by one, and like at one point Stan goes, Francine, it seems like you can quit cults, but cults can't quit you. And then what was the other bit about that? Oh, Steve looks at that and goes, oh, that's me on the altar. You are gonna sacrifice me. And then three of them at the same time say, but then the knife broke. And they laugh and laugh. Trismo Thunderbit saying, American Dad does what Family Guy does, but better. Breaking news, Vtuber Tom Fox found unalive covered in Niji Sanji merch. His last words were, it's a joke. What do you think of my false ID impression there?
Nope.
Independent VTuber Tom Fox. Nah, False has a deeper voice, much better suited for reading the news. I just joined the stream after watching his recent video, and the first thing I hear. Kurganov Thunderbit saying, once you succeed at this venture, we can get Nope as an alert? Yeah. The amount will be however many times it took me to get this Quagsire. No, False you can tell, like, with his anchor voice, he's speaking out of his nose, but it's not nasally. I mean, their fan base is kind of split right now. If you go over to their subreddit, you'll see as many people defending them as they are calling them out. Quagsire model in this game still looks good in 2024. Yeah, it does.
Bingo!
Neil Blade with the 7 months of Prime saying, rejoin the Tommy's party with a query. Ever watched Kamen Rider? And so, which one's your fave? I have never seen Kamen Rider, no. Fun fact about the Venusaur raid event, it gives Herba Mystica. Really? Might jump into a buttload of those. I don't think Quagsire was native to X and Y. But you could transfer any Pokemon pre-Gen 6 into X and Y.
Nope.
It's a ground-type Venusaur, right? Ice wouldn't be too bad. Opinions on the Fuamoko 64 game being made? It looks incredible. I love how there's a dedicated bark button. Have a good night, good night. Camera action. You know what? Orthworm would be good in that Venusaur raid. If it has a ground-type move. I don't think Venusaur has ready access to fire or fighting moves. Came in as some, and I'm off. Good luck, Tom. I'll be watching the VOD later. Thank you. Spams Earth Power. Orthworm has Earth Eater. Orthworm heals from being hit with ground-type moves. Until I see proof, I refuse to believe that Venusaur has a flamethrower.
Nope.
Going off memory, is it Earth Power, Solar Beam, Sludge Bomb, Growth, Sunny Day, Gunk Shot, and Giga Drain? Orthworm is perfect. Growth might be a problem, but it resists all those and is immune to Earth Power. Corviknight. I think Weather Ball's a TM in Scarlet and Violet. It's not? I swear it was. However, I'll let this play out. Going for 100 attempts? Yep. Tonight 900. The next time I do this, 1,000. At 1,000? We do not cheat at 1,000, no. I will start RNG manipulation whenever they announce when Pokemon Transfer and Pokemon Home are going down. Bank is going down, not home. At some point, but we don't know when. He said it was a joke. Those are the final words of VTuber Tom Fox as he was found dead covered in Niji Sanji merch. That's how he intros all of them. That's how he intros the top story, which I don't think this would be a top story. Nope, that's... Materia Publishing says it's a no-no.
Nope.
Hang on, no, we need the correct one. CD version, is that the one I'm thinking of? Nope, not that one. There we go. The correct version. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Shada, shada, this is Driftvale City OST version. From Silva Gunner, yes.
I don't know what to say, I'll say it anyway. Today's another day to find you, shine away. I'll be coming for your love, okay? Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two.
I didn't switch.
Always in my shine away. I'll be coming for you anyway. Take on me. Take.
I miss the old dino, and I wish that the lines on the side of his face were the eyes. They got rid of the they got rid of the dinosaur. I really don't want to have this in a dive ball. I prefer the luxury ball.
Nope.
All right, what else do we got? It was an entire Heart Gold Soul Silver playlist. Oh, here we go. We're getting into it. It's getting real. I don't think it's gonna start.
He got me.
We got Delfino Plaza'd. It's like trying to start a lawnmower. Just imagining Red frantically searching his backpack for his Pokeballs. It's just the entire thing. The dot. Of course. Of course. Of course. They had to throw a meme in there. Doing your mom, doing your mom. There must be something in the water. Who's more intimidating, Volo or Cynthia? Cynthia. Cynthia is powerful with a calm air. Being that powerful and that calm means that you are in control.
Nope.
If Volo was like had a calm demeanor the entire time, then I think he would have been more intimidating. Nothing like wandering into a villa and having someone be like, "Oh, are you here to battle? Of course you are. Go Garchomp." Listen, everything I did with that Staraptor was completely legal by Pokemon League standards. The league itself is the problem. I'm not the problem because I took advantage of their rules. They didn't say the Pokemon had to use the items, and there's no rule saying I can't just bludgeon my opponents to death with a bird. Did the Staraptor die in the end? Yes. But that's not the point. We won. My Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl playthrough, the last battle, I was down to 2 Pokemon going into Cynthia. And my entire strategy revolved around X-iteming my Staraptor up until it was just completely juiced, healing it when it needed to, and then Brave Birding into everything. Everything got Brave Birded. Hooray, 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 get your Ferrothorn on a stick here, great for bludgeoning. Nah, if there's any real, like, speech in it, I'm gonna say no. There are a few champion themes, weren't there? Bum, bum, ba-da, ba-da, bum, bum, ba-da-da.
Bum, bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 dun, 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 bum, 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 dun, dun. Bum, 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 dun, 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 dun.
This is gonna be the one. What's going on, Lucy? This Quagsire does not want to stay in the ball. There are a few of these. What's the beta version one? Okay, this one actually has something going for it. I was afraid I just again played the one that just loops over and over again. What you want for that, bug?
Speedo, Sprigga, Sprigga, Sprigga-tito. Sprigga, Sprigga, Sprigga-tito.
I've never listened to Despacito. I've only heard Christina V singing as Sprigatito.
Nope.
Despacito. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da ba.
Got a favorite NPC from Kalos? Hex Maniac? My roommate's teaching Christian how to speak. What do we? Whoa! There he goes. Whoa!
He learned his speed.
He did. Oh, jeez! Here comes Hurricane Christian. Come here, bud. Christian.
That's not yours.
Christian, come here.
That's not yours.
Christian. Come here, big. No, come here. Not
Christian.
No. Stealing toys. Is he all right?
Yeah, he's always fine.
I thought you had your hands on your cheeks, so I thought like you slammed into something.
I'm always like that.
Okay, okay.
That's not yours. Stop. No, drop it. Leave it. Hey, no, leave it.
It is a little horrifying when 70 pounds of pure muscle has the zoomies. Sometimes you just see a brown blur run through here. Spin around, try to nom on Manatee.
Nope.
I'm not feeling this one. Favorite gym leader in Kalos? Oh, the grass guy. Love him. The old grass man. I love that guy. You got your donkey? Ramos, yeah. Again, around the time I was watching Clone High. Ramos! Oh, damn it with this grass-type Pokemon and award-winning smile! See my car, it's a mess! I'm a mess! Ramos! Wait, is this sewer surfing? I was like, this sounds familiar, and it sounds kind of like a Pokemon song. God. The Flintstones remix we didn't know we needed. Ba-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. I think it was worse the Flintstones or the Jetsons. I think the Jetsons.
Nope.
Well, no one asked you, Del. $4.99 from Black Belt Gamer on YouTube saying, "Did you trade in Pokemon? Also, how have you been, Tom? Enjoyed today's Pokemon presents? Did I trade in Pokemon? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. You can trade in Pokemon. I've been doing well, and I did enjoy the Pokemon presents. Thank you for asking." Luxury Ball, how? You can transfer it in from Gen 3. Did I hack or modify? What do you mean, did I hack or modify the game? Oh my god. As you have traded in Pokemon like Sceptile and Luxury Balls, you can trade them in for Gen 3. That's what you meant by did I trade in Pokemon. Yes, I traded Pokemon from Gen 3. Dancing, singing, rearranging furniture. Babs is shopping. I let the bird out of its cage.
Nope.
Never gonna happen in PLZA. Starts to the post-apocalyptic universe of Team Rainbow Rocket's Lysander is from, where he won and killed almost everyone. Find Hoopa's bottle, accidentally make a wish to fix this, and get sent back 3,000 years ago to prevent the weapon from ever being made. Big twist, turns out Lumio City used to be the capital of the other nation, not Kalos, so you're working for the enemy side. When did this happen? You could always trade in, Pokemon from, Gen 3 into Pokemon Coliseum. You just had to beat Colosseum first. And you could skip this trainer, which is how I'm, the trainer that I'm trying to hunt the Quagsire on, which is how I'm still doing it. Rearranging furniture. Do I have the cable on here? Yes, I do. Good old GBA to GC cable. Kiss. Oh, thank you for kiss. I've been blessed by puppy kisses. This one for sure. Is the RNG manipulation just normal reset shiny farming? Reset shiny farming. I don't want to do RNG manipulation until I know when Pokemon Transfer and Pokemon Bank are going down. Oh, Slider. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Thought trades were locked until post-game? Yeah, I beat the game. And you can skip this trainer. I think the person who's, like, been commenting all this is, like, super far behind.
Nope.
Thank you for the $1.99, by the way. Could someone watching this on the YouTube site ask him how many, what attempt I'm on? Like, what number does he see on the screen right now? Because if he's watching this from the beginning, then I can't actually answer his question. I want to make sure he's actually hearing my answers. So you're caught up. I'm wondering about this black belt gamer fellow. Because I feel like I'm giving answers and they're just like not responding to them. Either that or like, they gotta be like 2 or 3 minutes behind. Huh, neat. Okay. I think we got everything sorted. Just the answers seem like the answers feel like very disjointed between what I'm saying. Welcome to EU delay. What did I set the delay to on the stream? I thought I set it to low latency. Colors weave into a spire of flame. Distant sparks call to a pastille unnamed. Stream settings. I did set it to low latency. Could be on mobile. 862. You are behind then. You are behind by quite a bit. Check to make sure you're actually watching live. Why a luxury ball? Because it looks cool. It's a unique ball that you don't normally catch shadow Pokemon in. Plus, the most decorated Quagsire is going to require some form of opulence here.
Nope.
Shut up, Dell. What if I'm on 865? Did I catch it on 864? We are number one. Take you higher. Ba ba da ba ba da ba ba. Ba 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 da ba da ba ba. 1999 Bizarre Summer. What's this remix called? Slider Extended Version, Super Mario 64 by Silva Gunner. Or Siva Gunner, if you want to be accurate. Not sure if that's an L or a capital I. Damn you, sans serif font. You wore down on me, I switched to Twitch. Sans serif font makes me 3. What does that mean? God, I'd love to play some Weird Al on here, but I know I'm gonna get destroyed by a record label. Dun 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 dun. I like, your horoscope for the day. Travel in your future when your tongue freezes to the back of the speeding bus. Fill that void in your pathetic life by playing whack-a-mole 17 hours a day. Try to avoid any Virgos or Leos with the Ebola virus. You are the true lord of the dance, no matter what those idiots at work say. The look on your face will be priceless when they find that 40-pound watermelon in your colon. Trade toothbrushes with an albino dwarf and give a hickey to Meryl Streep. You will never find true happiness. What you gonna do? Cry about it?
The stars predict tomorrow you'll wake up, do a bunch of stuff, and then go back to sleep. That's your horoscope for
Nope.
the day. Yay, 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 yay. That's your horoscope for today. Now you may find it inconceivable or at the very least a bit unlikely that the relative position of the planets and the stars could have a special deep significance or meaning that exclusively applies to only you, but let me give you my assurance that these forecasts and predictions all are based on solid scientific documented evidence, but you would have to be some kind of moron not to realize that every single one of them is absolutely true. Where was I? God, he does that slower. Al does that slower. I could barely get it in one breath. Probably easier if I was standing. Look at a place where the sky is clear, the root beer flows, and you can find someone on the street to shave your back for a nickel. And the towels are oh so fluffy! Waka waka doo doo, yeah. You can eat your soup out of the ashtray if you wanna. Don't worry, it's clean. Do you have any bear claws? Let me check the back. No, we're out of bear claws! This is the number of attempts. Battle Subway.
Nope.
I was saying earlier I missed this in XD after the Pokemon announcement. Well, you're not getting any of the story or the normal gameplay because I'm trying to find this thing. This thing right here. In that. This in that. This is not from that. This is from later game. I like the tough Mr. Satan looking guy in Gen in the Scarlet and Violet. I can't remember which teacher he is, but like the one who really wants you to bring him a sweet Herba Mystica, and he's like,
Oh, this will go against my tough guy image. This will go against my tough guy image.
Saguaro, yes. The home ec teacher, yes. Oh, let's see. Different key, already a good start. Nope, can't do that. Ooh. There's a YouTuber named Aaron HD who's done like a bunch of songs like in Super Smash Bros. Style as though the characters were in there. I like this one.
I would die if there was a TF2 representative in Smash Bros. I think the Scout, the Soldier, and the Demo Man have the best bet. Not the heavy. The heavy wouldn't really work well. The reason I think, I'm trying to go for like, cause one thing that Smash Bros gets like pretty well right is their ability to have their characters play like the games they're originally from, with, you know, some extenuating circumstances. Normally in like the later characters are like this. But the Scout, the Soldier, and the Devil Man are the only ones that'd be able to freely, like, jump high. Demo Man can sticky jump, Soldier can rocket jump, and the Scout can double jump and what's the Force of Nature. Oh, you know what? Someone brought up a good point. The Pyro could work too, with the what's it called? The flare gun. There's one other bit saying we have Steve, Mr. Game & Watch, and freaking Rob the Robot. They could probably make the heavy work. Steel, why does that remind me of that one Simpsons bit? Wow, I'm the first non-Brazilian to travel backwards in time. Actually, you're the second. That's right, that's right, Mr. Peabody. Quiet, you. All right, picture this is the trailer. You know, it does the whole thing like doom doom. It's Mario. He's on like Mushroomy Kingdom. Jumps, hits a block, a mushroom comes out. Oh! Picks it up, goes to take a bite, a metal bat bonks him on the head twice, like the tip of a metal bat bonks him on the head twice. He turns around, and it's the Scout going, "Hey, what's up?" Then it pulls up the meet the sign, but it's like Scout, like whatever, yada yada. Or maybe it just says meet the Scout. Then it goes back into a CG trailer of Mario and a bunch of other characters fighting him. Then it goes into the gameplay portion. Then it does like the whole thing where like the logo pops up, and at the end it's the Scout sitting on the bodies of all the characters he was fighting, eating the mushroom, and then he grows like he was because he ate the mushroom.
Nope.
Well, now I gotta play this one then. All right, who's ready to blow their knees out? Hey, 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 hey. Hey! Bum bum ba da bum ba da ba da bum 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 ram bum ba da ba da bum bum ba da ba da bum bum ba da ba da bum 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 ba da ba da bum bum ba da ba da bum bum ba da ba da bum ba da ba da bum ba da ba da bum na 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 na
ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Bum-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Rum-bum-bum-bum-bum.
Oh, the jetpack on the Pyro too. I forgot about that. That's one of the taunt songs from TF2. That's when you're doing the Kazatsky kick. Is the conga song? Let me see. Yeah, conga! I can do this for a living! I don't, but I could! Conga, you sissies! Conga time in Oslan!
Nope.
I saw it, and now I have to play it. Is that the Meatball Man song? It is! It's the Waltz of the Meatball Man! I found the Meatball Man! So, at this part of the song, Little Runmo's already out of the room. I'll give her the $2 saying I actually learned how to do this move on my own. Oh, the Kazatsky kick? God, I want to. I would blow out my knees trying. The Waltz of the Meatball Man! Oh, we've got trouble. Right here in River City. That's trouble with a T, and that rhymes with P, and that spells pool. God, what other song should I start listening to here? Man aerobics? Yeah! All right! I could probably do like the version of the Kazatsky kick that the soldier does. Or not the soldier, the demo man does.
Nope.
Let me see if I'm agile enough for that. Here, hold on. That's rough on the shoulders. Switch cam? Let me see. Mission. Overbug. I'm gonna do something really stupid. The problem is when I try to go
Sit, buddy. Good boy. So, okay. Look up here, buddy. Little boy. I don't mean to freak you. Alright, you want to get down? There you go.
End of All Below from Revelations by Silva Gunner. This doesn't have any copyrighted material in it, does it? That'll get me in trouble on YouTube. I have no idea what this guitar riff is. I think I might be screwed here. I think that might get me in trouble copyright-wise if it's got lyrics in it. Oh, Bramble Blast. God damn it! No, that's definitely got something. Screw it. Can, but I got distracted.
Nope.
I'm glad Joe Cat's back. I know he was having, he was having, like, issues with people, like, ganging up on him for his girls song. So I'm glad that he's coming back to content creation. Someone said that Joe Cat's gonna be running a D&D campaign on Twitch.
Nope.
Fire Emblem Warriors had such a good soundtrack. It also is one of my favorite, like, Fire Emblem moments in general. When, there's a support conversation between Odin and Crom. Where Crom introduced himself and then Odin exclaims, "Uncle Crom?" Because Odin is Owain from Fire Emblem Awakening, who left the Halidom of Ylisse along with Severa and I forgot what his old name was, but his new name is Laszlo. Ryoma and Crom's convo is just Matt Mercer talking to himself. Inigo, thank you. They left for the Outrealms because they felt like they didn't belong in that time, because they came from a destroyed future with no way back. How did they travel back in time? It was Tiki helped them, right? Naga helped them, that's right. Naga herself. Imagine it probably would have been the last thing she did before Grima got to her. I completely forgot about Naga. Do you even talk to Naga at all? It was one-way time travel, yeah. I didn't want to... Alright, at least it paused. It's playing Brilliant Wings from Xenoblade 3, but the Xenoblade Definitive Edition version is so much better. Ooh, engage the enemy. Who wants to feel sad?
Bingo!
Insight MSG with the 42 months tier 1 saying Tiki called upon Naga to help them time travel, but Anagkos helped them travel to the realm of fates. Unsure whether Anagkos did time travel or not. The Monado! Why isn't it working? That light. Other Mechon don't have that.
Nope.
We're going for 900 today, yes. What did I just... Fiora! Get back! All you do once you get the shiny Quagsire. Purify it and try to get every ribbon from Gen 3 through Gen 9. Is this the part, the stab or the I'll kill you? Oh, don't you dare speak her name is so good. How will you trade it up? I've got all the hardware I need to do that. I have an original hardware DS with the Game Boy Advance slot, and a copy of Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Emerald. I've got another DS and Pokemon Black and or White. I've got a 3DS with Pokemon Transfer on it. I've got Pokemon X, Y, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. There's very few mainline Pokemon games that I'm missing. There's the stab. From those, how you get them to Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet. Once it's in Pokemon Bank, you can transfer into Pokemon Home through Pokemon Bank. And then once it's in Bank, it can go anywhere. It can go anywhere that it's accepted. The only ribbon I cannot get in this current generation is the Hisuian ribbon, because Quagsire does not exist in Hisui. Bank can transfer directly into Home. Looks like you could use some help from the big boss of hell himself. Check a daddy's Go and check a daddy's reviews on Yelp. 5 stars. Excellent, greater than great. With the punch of a pentagram, a whap bap boom bomb Alakazam. Normally I charge a sacrificial lamb, but you get the family rate. Thanks, Dad!
Nope.
Who needs a busboy when you have the chef? Michelin rated, a la carte. Those songs fair use? I doubt it. I'll treat you like a daughter I spawn. It's a little funny. You could almost call me Dad. Daughter's calling. Daughter's calling! It's time for hardware store. Copyright. Makes you laugh with an old-timey pun. Your executive producer.
Like I could at least do this.
Let's begin. I'm going to make you wish that I stayed gone. Tune on in when I'm done. You'll know your status quo has ran its run. Oh, this will be fun.
Fuck! Anyway. What's the other one? Is it called Ready for This? I really like that song as well. Although it does show that Charlie is not like, she wants to redeem people.
Nope.
But she's not like this paragon of goodness that, in hell. She's not like, because the whole Ready for This song is kind of like trying to trick them into fighting for her in a life-threatening battle. It's like army recruitment. Hey, see the world if you join up with me. I'll also be trying to get this Quag every ribbon, yes. It's a very catchy song. You'll make lifelong connections with the folks all along the way. Let me see if I can find it. Is it called Ready for This? Yeah. Wouldn't it be super to see more of hell? Join up now if you like travel. Come on, boys, hop in the saddle. Lots of sights to see en route to my hotel. Not to mention the camaraderie. Yes, sirree, you'll form life-changing friendships with the folks along the way and feast on all the angels you can eat. Free food! It's time now to act, they're on the attack. When they move to strike, we will fight, fighting back. We'll follow your lead, we'll eager to feed. We'll sharpen our teeth for the heavenly feast. From this moment on, you can count on us to be resolute and ravenous. Our appetites are wet and we're set to seize the day. So I say, oh hey, come join the flesh buffet. I love Cannibal Town. It's so good. How hard are the contest rooms gonna be? If I play my cards right, not hard at all. Oh, don't be put off by this, Nolan. That's enthusiasm, darling. Yeah, they just seem a little murdery. Yeah, they just seem a little murdery right now. I have to listen to it again. But Rosie is such a good character. I love her.
Nope.
One of my favorite lines from her is when Charlie's talking about the falling out she had with Vaggie, and Rosie's just like, oh shit.
We're super duper grateful to have you folks aboard. We can't wait to taste Angel's wings. Oh Lord. The dancing along, the singing a song. Surprised why I knew she could do it all along. She's bound to pass the test as princess of hell. Like her daddy, she is madly powerful. She's filled with potential that I could guide. I concur, stick with her, you'll be on the winning side. Redeem the future. The DLC songs always have the best normal battles music. From Brilliant Wings to, God, I can't remember what the one Xenoblade 2 is called, to New Battle. Fight Torna or something along those lines. Battle Torna, there it is. I think Battle has 2 exclamation points in it. Because New Battle for Xenoblade 3 is 3 exclamation points.
Nope.
I'm not really feeling it. I wish this was a good running song, but unfortunately it's not. At least if you want to run on the beat. Riku is just garden variety Noppon. None of the Noppon are in the cycle, right? They're just like caravan traders and like beings that just kind of hang around the colonies, right? Launch! Riku definitely wasn't. I wasn't sure about Manana. He says in a voice that's completely opposite of other male Noppon. That's a dubism. I think it like people say all the time where it's like, oh, they should just do direct translations of any anime or anything. Let him have fun. Some great things can come out of it.
I did get the Noah and Mio amiibo. I actually got 2 by accident. Yeah, Japanese Riku is very, is very, like, traditional Nappon. From Bobobo, get these Japanese letters off of me. I feel like plenty of people in like the media consuming communities have is separating actors from characters.
Nope.
Wasn't that an issue with the
Look no further than the Kaguya-sama announcer with Ian Sinclair. Look no further than Ghost Stories! Ghost Stories! It didn't age well the second it was made! Keikakudori. Ron, she's a ghost and a bitch. Yeah, that's on the tamer side of the dialogue in that show. Ghost Stories where the dub got retranslated into Japanese. Oh, God. Oh my God, the rabbit episode. I loved his requests. Touch me. His reprimands. Touch me harder. There is one joke that I request you do not put in chat. From that episode in particular. Don't! I haven't seen Ghost Stories in forever. Is it the race? It's the racist one. I was talking about the one specifically from the rabbit episode. Treading a thin line there.
Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
What? No, I'm Jewish.
Nope.
I got a blue. How are they still producing media of that show? Like, do you want ableism, racism, homophobia, and more for the sake of comedy? Check out the Ghost Stories English dub! It is very offensive. It was also produced in the mid-2000s. I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm saying that's the, it's not an excuse, it's a reason. I'm not saying that it's okay because of the time it was produced. I'm saying like, God, that was, people were doing that all the time back then, and it was not okay then as it's not okay now. But holy cow, is it funny? The English dub, you say? Well, the story behind Ghost Stories is that it was produced. It was produced as an anime in Japan.
Nope.
It bombed horribly. So they just so like I get like a producer or somebody like saw that and was God. Like a producer at like a dubbing company saw that and was like, "Hey, could we buy the rights to dub this?" And the people who were selling it to them were like, "Do whatever you want, just keep the main story intact." And to their credit, they kept the main story intact. I'm pretty sure the entire series is available for free on YouTube. Unless it got age-gated. Not only is it officially back, but apparently they retranslated that dub into Japanese and re-released it. Oh, the show was popular in Japan, and based on a popular children's book series. The show, though, was always meant to be filler between seasons. The Vita mention goes into the whole story. Okay. Just fill the whole filler, jackass. Well, Samurai Pizza Cats, I think they also had the restriction of dubbing it for a child-friendly network. See, this version of Brilliant Wings has its, has, like, its good points, but I really like the Bionis shoulder version better. One of my favorite jokes in Samurai Pizza Cats is like, there's like a pterodactyl flying away, but it's animated at like, at a really low frame rate, and they say something about like how they must have overused the animation budget.
Nope.
Yeah, what was that from? Hey, watch the lip sync, pair of lip sync. Kind of reminds me of like the Uncle Grandpa Freakazoid. That's what Uncle Grandpa did similar humor to that in the Steven Universe crossover. When he fires the cannon at the ship that Lars and Sadie are on, and Lars screams, "Our ship!" They knew what they did. They knew what they did.
Don't worry, none of this is canon, but this is.
They explained the art style change in Ben 10 by saying an alien race who could change reality did so on a whim. Well, what pisses me off the most about that is that in Ben 10, they recreate the entire universe using one of Ben's aliens. So that's not a far off explanation. Someone's talking about the recasting of Azimuth. Wasn't he played by someone from Star Trek Deep Space Nine? Initially? Like, the character's name was like Orko or Ordo or something along those lines? I feel like the voice sounded similar to him. Odo? I think so. No eyebrows, weirdly smooth skin. Yeah, Odo. I swear I hear his voice in a couple of places. I feel like a bunch of the Star Trek cast, like the Star Trek cast from different Star Trek projects played New Gods and Darkseid Apocalypse denizens in Justice League. Because, God, what the heck is his name? Who played Commander Worf? Commander Worf's voice actor was Calabac. And I swear Odo was Desaad. Yeah, Michael Dorn. Michael Dorn was Calabac. Michael Dorn was the Regis Mark 9 from Megas XLR. He was I Am Weasel? That's awesome!
Nope.
Mr. Evil J. Bryan saying Disney's Gargoyle was a Star Trek holodeck simulation. Changed my mind. Wasn't Keith David the main character in that one? I am Weasel. Magus was so good. I love how they got Bruce Campbell for a couple of episodes. He plays like a MODOK type character. Magnanimous. Yeah, Magnanimous is just Bruce Campbell's head as MODOK. Would you join me in a giggle if I told you Commander Wolf's head looked like a fanny? Commander Wolf's head looks like a fanny! You can both suck my riches! He did get a groovy in there in Magus. God, Magus is so good. Apparently there's some legal shenanigans which make it so we're like probably never going to get any like official Magus media releases. I don't know about the OG series of Ben 10, like, overall, but I think the peak Kevin Levin was an alien force. An ultimate alien, for that matter. Just because... Gwen, you gotta treat a car like you treat a lady. Go on. No, I feel I've made a mistake of some kind. If you've seen the context for the clip, Ben is smiling about something else. Yeah, Yuri Lowenthal as Ben was good casting. Michael Dorn was Othello and Taurus. Jonathan Frakes was Xanatos. Cole Meany was Dugan. Kate Mulgrew was Tatiana. Nichelle Nichols was Diane Maza. Wait, which in which show? Oh, in Gargoyles. Okay, I was wondering what you were what you were going on about. I forgot what we were talking about there for a sec. It's really funny. Like D. Bradley Baker is one of the most like recognizable, but also one of the most versatile voices. Plus, he does a lot of animal noises, which is nuts. Like Frank Welker levels of animal noises. But like, it's really funny because like there was an episode of American Dad where he's playing like this Australian this Australian horse race announcer, or this English horse race announcer. He just sounds like number 4 from Kids Next Door. D. Bradley Baker is Appa and Momo. If the animal isn't Frank Welker, it's D. Bradley Baker. Yep. Frank Welker was Abu in Aladdin. Isn't he also in Ben 10? Yes, he played a bunch of the aliens. Frank Welker was also Scooby-Doo. Depending on when, because Frank Welker was originally Fred. Someone else was Scooby-Doo, and then when they retired, he took up the role of Scooby-Doo. Like Frank Welker was the original Fred from Scooby-Doo. Who was the original Optimus Prime? Yeah, I love it when God, Seth using his Hanna-Barbera connections to get voice actors from them to play in Peter Cullen. I know he plays Eeyore in Winnie the Pooh. You're right, Scoob. We're dealing with one sick son of a bitch. Seth MacFarlane worked on a lot of animated shows for Hanna-Barbera. Like Cartoon Network age ones. He was on Dexter's Laboratory. He was on Cow and Chicken. He was on, not as talent, but not as like voice talent. Johnny Bravo, yeah. But as an animator. Yep, Larry and Steve was his, final project at the Rhode Island School of Design. And then I had a friend who went to the Rhode Island School of Design. I don't remember what he majored. RISD is right next to Brown University. So I had one friend who went to RISD and one friend who went to Brown at the same time. So I was able to just go there and visit them when I was home from my school.
Nope.
In fact, Shippage, the creator of Starter Squad, and my inspiration for getting into content creation in general, went there. So when I was home in Connecticut visiting for like the holidays, I'd see what they were up to. I'd see what, cause yeah, one of them was Shippage. The other one was, my friend from high school. And I'd see what they were, I only visited them once, but I would see what they were up to and we'd, and I'd head down there and hang out with them. Who made down in the intel room? That was me, Ship, Austin, and Druox. Druox wrote the song, and then me, Ship, and Austin animated it. There was a, I don't remember the actor's name, but there was a Shaggy between Casey Kasem and Matthew Lillard. It wasn't Billy West. It wasn't Scott Menville. Scott Ines, yes. Or Innes. Trying to remember if I watched Teen Titan first or played Tales of Symphonia first. Either way, it was weird hearing one as the other. Hearing Lloyd as Robin or Robin as Lloyd.
Dwarven vow number 7.
What are the Dwarven vows? Justice and love will always win.
Nope.
You know, actually... Is Rex just Lloyd? Rex from Xenoblade 2? Is he just Lloyd? The Dwarven Vows. Between the Dwarven Vows and the Salvager's Code. First have a punch out, then drink to forget. Once you've forgotten, the friendship's all set. We never see Rex's dad. They were both orphaned and adopted by and adopted by members of a different species. Remember Dwarven Vow number 69. Rock and Stone! Both wield 2 swords! And both attain godlike powers! Holy shit, Lloyd and Rex are the same character! Well, since Numa is part of the Trinity processor, and Colette was to be the vessel for Martel, you could argue that both their girlfriends are the second comings of God. Meanwhile, Sokka's became the moon. Alternate Avatar universe where the Water Tribe invades the Fire Nation and takes up the spirit of the sun. All nations need the sun! And hey, we still get the scene of Zuko almost dying in the blizzard because of the sun going out. It creates cold, sub-zero temperatures. Zhao the Conqueror! Zhao the Sunslayer! And it's Zuko's the one who's saying, my ex-girlfriend turned into the sun, and Sokka going, that's rough, buddy.
Nope.
The Earth Nation would have been, the Earth Kingdom would have been the one that was wiped out completely by the Water Tribe, presumably in a great flood that the Water Tribe would be able to create. And because the air nomads are on elevated ground, they survive just fine. You know, there actually is some credence to, yeah, Aang would be the last Earthbender. There would be like some credence to, like, reversing the roles of all the elements. In Avatar. Toph would be the last Earthbender, yes. An Avatar series where the roles of all the elements are reversed. I almost said elephants first. The reverse of all the elements are, the elements are all reversed. The air nomads are thriving. Aang wouldn't have a reason to freeze himself, so he'd be in the show as an old man. They'd have to, like, change a few things up. Aang becomes Boomy, yeah. I think he should, Aang becomes Boomy, I think he should still travel with the rest of Team Avatar. It would be Zuko, Azula, Toph, and Old Man Aang. Traveling to try to stop the Water Tribe. Katara would take the role of Azula. Sokka would take the role of Zuko. Sokka is Azula. Fun fact, in an RPG that's meant to be canon to the Avatar series as a sniper class, meaning that guns exist in the series and no one uses them because being a bender is just that busted. Is that a Legend of Korra one?
Nope.
I didn't ask you, Del. Sokka would have, like, severe frostbite. My God. 13 more to go, buddy. Other thing too is that Sokka isn't a bender at all. I mean, the entire reason we started this is because we had the idea of the sun spirit being taken out, and then Zuko's girlfriend turning into the sun. Just so we could reverse the "that's rough, buddy" conversation. Some liberties would have to be taken. Listen, I know a thing or two about taking liberties. Eight. Eight. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
Nope.
Na 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 na. Na, na, na.
Good job, Stanley. Is Sokka presumed dead in Korra? Zuko, Katara, and Toph are all still alive. He was governor, yes. I like how... One thing I find funny is that, like, Aang did live to be, like, in his, like, 60s or 70s, right? He would have been, like, 160 something when he died. One thing I never understood about, like, I get, like, is it how you appear in those avatar visions? Is it based on how the previous avatar wants to look? And if so, why is Roku the only one who wanted to look so old?
Nope.
Because he wanted to look wise. Before Iroh did the same thing. But Iroh's a spirit. Presumably when Iroh passes, when someone passes, their spirit looks the same age as they did when they passed. Like, I don't think Iroh really has a choice in that regard. But an avatar is a like, the past life of an avatar is more of the manifestation of what they were like when they were alive. Yeah, Kyoshi lived to be 200. Star Wars Force Ghost rules. God, I remember in the Family Guy Star Wars series when it's like, when like the Force Ghosts are like coming to say like their final goodbyes at the end of it, and they're all talk. It's like Yoda and Obi-Wan talking to him, and then out of nowhere the Vader one comes up and goes, "And I'm Hayden Christensen." Where's that coming from? That was from the wiki page for Fire Emblem I had up. For some reason, it just started playing audio on its own. It was a fandom wiki, yes. I had that open for like hours. That's the first time I started playing audio. This is the butter building fusion, yes. I love the part in the Phineas and Ferb Star Wars where Candace and Phineas have their meeting at the end, like realizing that they're related, and Ferb joins in the hug. Candace goes, "Oh, who's this?" He goes, "Oh yeah, this is our brother Ferb. Wait, Mom remarried? Yeah, it's a funny story actually. And then the Death Star blows up with them on it." Yeah, Buford just takes Obi-Wan's robe. Hey look, a free robe! My hoagie! I would not eat that if I were you. Found this perfectly good robe right in the ground, just has one big hole in it. Oh yeah, the lightsaber battle between Phineas and Ferb. Oh, we're allowing modifications, huh? They got like the chainsaw revving, like, lightsabers.
Nope.
There was a bit where the Empire stole the planks from the Death Star from Doofenshmirtz because the exhaust port is the self-destruct button. Gamester09, thank you for the raid. Pep boop. I'm never gonna get my hoagie. For our third wish, I want a 3-foot long.
Just wish these guys off my planet already!
hear a voice in my head. Is it telling you my name is Dende? Hush, little green. The voice speaks to me. Mother 3 is a wild game. I recommend finding it through legitimate means, wink, and downloading the official patch, wink. It is definitely supported by playing Earthbound first, though. Wink! But the Japanese NSO doesn't have the official patch. Wink!
Nope.
Is there a meme revolving around the Wii Shop channel and Drake? Is it Drake? 99 dollars. $99 Panasonic. $99 Panasonic Blu-ray. $99 Panasonic Blu-ray. Is the dude going well? He's napping. He's napping on his beanbag. I love how so many NES games share the same sound font that you can't actually tell what game that was. All music ever was made in Mario Paint.
Nope.
Hey! Shadow Pokemon shiny upon. You have to catch in order to find out if it's shiny. The way it works, there was a remedial form of shiny locking in this game, but it doesn't work the way they thought it would. Basically, when the trainer sends out a Pokemon, it matches the trainer's personality ID to the trainer's trainer ID and secret ID. And if they match to make a shiny, then it re-rolls the personality ID. However, once you catch it, it does not re-roll the personality then. So if the new personality ID matches your trainer ID and secret ID, it will stay shiny. What are the odds that your trainer ID and secret ID match Dival's? Infinitesimally small. Infinitesimally small, excuse me. And the odds that the Quagsire would even be a shiny on top of that are even smaller. There's like a 1 in like 35,000 chance that we'd have the same trainer ID, and even less so to have both trainer and secret ID. There's also a 1 in 16 chance, on top of the 1 in 8,192 chance.
Nope.
That the shiny will be a square shiny once it reaches Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Who's your favorite Billy and Mandy episode? Oh, I have no idea. Scarlet and Violet do not have square shinies. In Scarlet and Violet, it might have been a glitch, but they introduced something where the sparkle for the shiny can be square instead of stars. And it's rarer than it being a star shiny. It's a 1 in 16 chance of being a square shiny. So instead of like the particle effect coming out being stars, it's these little squares. Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh monster? Probably like the headliner of my deck that makes everything happen, Endymion, the Mighty Master of Magic. You know, the Yu-Gi-Oh card that holds the record for the most text on a single trading card. Oh, I know what I want to listen to next. Here we go.
There was like later seasons of Kids Next Door just turned entirely into movie parodies.
Nope.
There was like an overarching original story, but like so many episodes of Kids Next Door were just movie parodies. There was a Matrix parody. Something about getting the saliva off of dinner plates to make clones of kids. There were a few Star Wars parodies. There was the Return of the Jedi parody where they were moving the high school into where the teenagers were moving the high school into position in order to make the elementary school students basically into their slaves. And the only way to stop it was for them to make a precision strike to launch a tennis ball at the principal's office in order to get them to stop. That was a bike episode. Crystal Clear Entertainment, thank you for the raid. Boop. There was the episode where number 2's tricycle gained sentience and got jealous of the other bikes and fused itself into one giant bike. Snow Day was an episode 5 parody? Refresh my memory on that one. Oh, the tubing episode where number 4 gets stuck on a small island. That was with old Betsy. I just censored the A in Spaceballs. Yeah, Farfig Tubin! I don't know why I don't remember the Snow Day episode. The Chicken Nugget Gold Rush was good. Doesn't it end with him finding like with number 4 finding another valuable resource like somewhere else? Because it starts with them starting the Chicken Nugget Rush, and then at the end they're like. There's something else in this area here, and it was like French fry. It was some other like fried food. Onion rings, yes, he finds onion rings. Oh yeah, the what was it? The pink eye episode. Someone on YouTube is reminding me of.
Nope.
At the very end, he's about to throw away the crumble, and he's like, takes another bite.
Remember the one where like the K&D and the villains were fighting over the last box of Rainbow Munchies in the supermarket? At the end, they all teamed up against God, what the hell was the tooth-based villain? They teamed up against him because he wanted to destroy the Night Brace. They teamed up against Night Brace because he wanted to destroy the cereal for its cavity-causing properties. There were all of the Heinrich von Marzipan episodes, culminating into the final episode that used the golden finally utilized the golden caramels that were mentioned way back in an earlier season. Truce, at least until breakfast is over. Yeah, Maurice LaMarche's father was really good. Longest time I thought that was Jeff Bennett. It was not. I'm gonna do Road Taken Road Taken for the rest of this. Oh, what about, wait, actually, what about Road Taken from Fire Emblem Warriors? Is there an extended version of it? Ooh, Road Taken Silence. All right, let's do Road Taken Flame. I put the wrong Pokemon to sleep. I do that sometimes. The fourth flavor was a good episode. Number 5's father did not age well at all, no. You are right. Like, you know, have you ever, like, known a voice actor for one role so long that it was weird to hear them as something else? Hearing,
Nope.
Hearing Carrie Payton as Maurice in Kids Next Door instead of Cyborg was just, like, shell shock to me. But yeah, number 1 is Joseph Joestar is also like that, but Ben Diskin is also a very accomplished voice actor across, like, so many other, like, medium. Although, Ben Diskin's number 1 and number 2, like, they just sound so remarkably different. Like, they sound so remarkably different. Ben Diskin is a man with range. Yeah, Ben Diskin is young Joseph. It is very obvious when you listen to the English dub of why did I want to say Steel Ball Run? What the heck is part 2 called? Battle Tendency, thank you. his version of the Joestar family technique is one of my favorites. And they're both good performances in their own right, because the Japanese one has like this very like not taking itself seriously kind of tone with him running away going Nigerundayo versus Ben Diskin's delivery of run for your life. They're both funny in their own right. The Japanese one not taking it seriously at all, the English one taking it way too seriously.
Nope.
Ooh, you know what? They've got a good, Fire Emblem Warriors is a good mix of conquest as well. Your next line will be Tsugi ni omae wa nani toyu nani? Who was that from? Oh, it was from like a Source filmmaker thing. I think. Your next line will be Nani, and he just says Nani right there. I want to say it was from, because there was like a Source filmmaker thing that where they did like a JoJo. They did JoJo Part 3, and I'm pretty sure they used that as one of the jokes. Might have been Fist of the North Star? Because I think the same person did an animation of that too. I know the video you're talking about, and it was part 2, okay. There is a part 3 video like that though, isn't there?
Nope.
Didn't ask you, Del. Hey there, everybody. This is Ryu from Streets. Did you know? My favorite things are jumping into light fierce, stale bread, water without any ice, the latest season of The Simpsons, and dirt. See you in Street Fighter V, everybody. Videos are battletendency.mp4 and stardustcrusaders.mp4. Good to know. And then later, Alex Lee getting Kylie Bear to read that as Ryu. See you in Street Fighter 6, everyone.
Hey, it's me, Goku!
Jumping into light fears. I love casually watching a chill streamer till I be hit with fighting game PTSD. Holy shit. I'm so sorry. Sugi ni omae wa bingo toyu! Toyu!
Nope.
Shut up, Dell. I was hoping someone would subscribe to that. Aha! Toaster Roll, thank you for the 33 months of tier 1. Bingo! What the? Sugi ni omae wa toyu!
Give us your cash!
Get your baited! Whoa. Sugi ni omae wa. That was truly cringeworthy. Toyu! And then someone's gonna do the boob lust one instead. Still Master, thank you for Thunderbit saying, here you go now. I could just be mean about it and go, Sugi ni omae wa Tem go to Kuleg and make you proud. Toyu. Do we have that one? That should still be 2015, the year that Undertale came out.
Nope.
Yeah, Sugi ni omae wa
Pelican mouth! Perfect size to put baby in a nap!
Toyu! Alright, that's it for the night. Don't forget these streams are sponsored by the lovely people over at HelloFresh. Head over to HelloFresh.com and use code POGHF121626 to get yourself a breakfast item for as long as your one breakfast item per box for as long as your subscription goes on for. In addition to whatever your subscription is. So go there, get yourself some of that good stuff, help out the stream. Let me see what we got for fannual art. Aww. Aww. Whoops. Go back to that. Oh, I went to like the entire manatee page here. There it is. There he is. Little squish. Yeah, I'm talking about you, bud. You're my little squish. Love that thing. I kind of want to make it alert based on the personality drawings that Bubblegum Cal did. Or the character drawings of like all the characters I've come up with. Alright, we got, oh, I didn't go away from the screen. From Sapphire Becca. It's been ages since I've drawn Toaster Tom and I found a quick excuse to do it tonight. Grammar! Incredible. Fairy Fruit adding onto the hat pile. To celebrate the announcement of Legends ZA, I added Serena's hat to the Quag stack, plus bonus slightly squishy Calum's hat. Oh, I see the Zygarde cell down at the bottom there. Bubblegum Cal drew more characters from my Fire Emblem Let's Plays. From Fates, there's that girl from, I believe that was my Conquest Let's Play, and then your junk from Revelation. And then Steel adding more Quagsires. Lila's the moon. There's a Ben 10 Quagsire. Another Quagsire looking up there with him. Oh my goodness. So many good Quagsires you've drawn, Steel. When you look to the moon, think of me. Never. I can never look at the moon. Can never look at the moon. Anyway, next stream. I might jump back into Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Because I want to play that. I feel like there's stuff I gotta do, but whatever. Whatever. Trying to see how it's spelt. Our raid message is gonna be Sugini omae wa Tom Fox, thanks for the raid, Toyu! I haven't raided her in forever. Let's raid Haruka Karibu. Did I spell her name right? No, I spelled it Haruka Karikbu. There we go. So be sure to give some of that Tomminess love, and I'll see y'all back here tomorrow for Baldur's Gate. Should be a good fun time. See y'all next time. Later.